actually working. I guess nothing ever seemed to be working. Camera check. Test, test, 1, 2, 1, 2. Where do I see the actual live? What is this crap here? I guess it's already started. You'd think that it would show me that something is happening, but I didn't see anything. Oh, I guess there is a... I don't understand this user interface. Okay, I guess this is working. Just need to copy this link, which of course isn't on this page. What is it with this software? I'm just pasting this link in. Starting part 2. All right. Now you need to do one more thing on Mastodon. And then I think this will be working. Let me do a quick sound check. Test 1, 2, 1, 2. Test 1, 2, 1, 2. I don't hear anything. Oh, I guess it is working. I really need to set up the other microphone. Okay. Starting part 2 of my GHDR report writing process for September. Trying live streaming again. All right, I guess this is as good as it's going to get. So let me disable this. And let me press this button. Oops, I move this down. I want to make sure that I can see my audio metering. And... Uh-oh. Great, now I can't see anything. I think it's working. So hello, it's me, Sri, and I am doing day 2 of my Groundhog Day Resolutions Report, which is my monthly review. I set my goals on February 2nd, and then I try to follow up on every month and a day afterwards on the double days. For example, March 3rd, 3-3, April 4th, 4-4, and so on. September 9th just wished by yesterday, and I started working on the report yesterday. Normally, these take about 8 to 12, sometimes longer, depending on how moody I've been. So far, we're 4 hours into this one. The previous live stream you can find. I guess I can figure out how to put in the link over there. But today we're going to continue on. Yesterday, let me switch over to this chat view here and see where we are on that. So let's see. Yeah, so all the stuff I did yesterday was the first checked off parts of things. And I'm on to reread, rewrite, clarify notes from yesterday, and so forth. So what's the best way to do that? I should note the time start. So let me switch over to my screen view. And let me close this. Let me open up. Oops. No. So I have the live developer version of my, whatchamacallit, personal knowledge management system. These are all the raw notes I wrote yesterday. Over here, this is the other note-taking area. This is the work log I keep if I'm keeping track of personal projects during the week. And then here's the Visual Studio Code interface that I have set up so I can do actual writing. So what I wanted, I'm gonna have to force myself to reread all this stuff. This is I really dislike doing rereads of my own writing. So this is why I have to live stream this or have someone else in the room, because having the idea that there's at least someone else who is suffering through this with me or is suffering in solidarity makes this easier to do for some reason. So, okay, let's hopefully. I'd love to be able to finish this off in less than 4 hours, but we'll see. But the first thing I should do is I want to update that sidebar that says GHDR report. Turn this down a little bit here. Um, so what I need to do is I had to open up the tasks thing, and let's see. I'm gonna say starting. Let's say I started at 2:15 on Sunday. Save that. I'll throw this up on the server so my browser source, which is the right sidebar, will pick it up. It takes a little bit for that to happen. And let's see. Let me make some quick lists here. Today is Sunday, September 10, and this is part 2 of GHDR reporting. And I'm going to copy this list over here. No, that didn't work well. Let me try that again. Let me go into, that's better. All right, so reread, clarify notes. And because I'm feeling so sluggish right now, a trick that I will do is I will just start free writing garbage just to get my brain to grab onto a thread of something. This is much easier if there's someone else around I can use as a sounding board. I could use ChatGPT to do that, but I did a whole bunch of that yesterday. So I am going to ignore that. So what are we going to do? Let's see. What to do. I'm literally right. I am writing about my Groundhog Day resolutions. Where did I leave off yesterday? What were the critical takeaways? So the first thing I'll do is just scan for takeaways because they're somewhere in that text. So I'm really kind of making up instructions for myself as I go. So quick scan, personal productivity through continued observation of what works and not works for me. This is a year goal. Understand my values and how to live through them. I'm going to say this is a personal, this is the personal goal and overarching. And let's see. These are the actions, the strategic I guess these are the silos that seem to so far help me get closer to reaching the overarching goal. These are all theories, really. Theory. And then these are the sort of insights, I guess, realizations. Unan voice of this, C values organized. These are the insights from last month. The month goals. Let's call those ideas. This last thing that says drafting the mission statement, revised goals. These were last month's goals. And then these are notable achievements. the PDF maker. So this is something tangible. Tangible progress. PDF maker. Let's see. Positive interactions with expanded work resources. What do they mean? That mean by that? Oh, positive interactions with new development partners. That's what that is. And you just generally becoming comfortable. So this is all like software stuff, which is one of the goals. That means I'm missing something from here. What I'm missing is there were some of the other overarching things. What was it called? I believe I can find those in my card area. Is it under concepts? Or is it under anything tagged ref card? It'd be one of these things. Maybe I never made one. That would be a good resource, I think. So the card things I'm talking about are I have like this little card format here, that you can see this thing, and there's like a print the pragmatic 3 card. So there's a little bit of code that will turn that list into uh, this thing on the right, which will be a printable thing that I can just then cut out and print. It is super cheesy, but it's nice for being able to have little reference cards all around. I mean, like here's one of them. I have this on my side thing. There's my here's a compact calendar for the year, so I can look things up. And then here on the bottom is like one of those cards, and these are generally things that focus. Dang it, focus. This is never focus. Is that weird? These are like reminders that I use. And I have like a check rail over there where I can easily put those cards up, or I can stick them on my laptop, right over there. So what I want to do is make a card for the Groundhog Day Resolutions post. So let me go to that. I think that's under GHDR. Yeah. Let me go back to my screen. So the GHDR. This February 2nd for this year. Was it kickoff or systems design? It's this thing here. Oh, I can try something here. I downloaded a new self. I downloaded this thing called Text Sniper, I think it is. So what I'm looking for here is there's a list somewhere here. That is the things I wanted to do. I thought it was here. There was a specific list of things. I mean, these are all kind of related. I mean, like I could break this. Let me try this. I'm gonna use this text sniper thing here and see if it captures this text. Did it do anything? I can't tell. Allegedly, it's supposed to convert this into a. Oh, it did. It did work. Amazing. So, huh. Let me see if I can turn this into a card. Oops. Let's see. So charter results are all separate things. So what I'm just doing over here is creating a bulleted a list of things. illusory articulation of self. Code. Oops. Code, PKMS, trade goods, barters, ticks. What does that mean? Trade goods, barters, ticks, trades. If you're not familiar with what this stuff means, in the beginning of the year, I had this idea of having this colony in which was a representation of the place where people like myself who wanted to be in a supportive, creative, sharing economy or community uh, could set up camp there and sort of nurture themselves. I think you could call it like an intentional community. I think that would be another good word for it. Um, but the things that I have tended to do, I realized are about building these kind of places, but I've just always been too chicken shit to really do it. So I'm trying to be less chicken shit about it and make these things happen. And because I'm so scattered brained, I actually need to make these little printed reminder things all over the place. What's the syntax for this? I guess this is the syntax. So what this ref card thing does, I don't know if you can read it. This is GHDR. What the This is like a short code I made that will take everything inside these what are these called, tag markers, and convert them into some kind of HTML thing. And so what this looks like. So right now this thing is like live updating. Let me pull up oh wait, do I have arc on this screen? It should be on this screen. So let's find that Garten site again. Here's Garten. That's the February 2nd one, but we want the February 9 one, which should be uh, 0909. Yeah, let's see if the ref card thing actually popped up. Oh, let's go. Here's the ref card. And it should just shove all those things in there, but it's not shoving. Is there an error? Referencer on GHD are not defined. Unexpected token, blah. Where's this blah? Did I screw this up somehow? Ref card ID. Is there something wrong with this? Oh, it's this. I guess it doesn't like the dash. Would like underscore? I'll check that code to see what's wrong with it. There it goes. So now it creates a little reference card of stuff inside, but still it also shows up in here. So what I can do then is I can see if it looks correct. There's actually a few missing issues with that. So I can like cheese the way it looks. That's an extra. I guess it needs two of those things. We rewrite this. All visual design will be generated by my own software tech. Lose all those things. Let me bold this. Oops. And I don't actually. These are all the activities. So let's call this GHDR 2023 tangible activities. I don't know if that even makes sense as a word. I guess that kind of works. Although it's and let's move this into a sidebar. I think I can do that. Side note ID is equal to goals card. I'm not even sure. I'm not sure if this will actually work in side note. If it'll like blow up. It looks like it's screwed up. Yeah, it's just because I'm doing weird wrapping stuff in it. I can't put those into side notes. But maybe it actually makes more sense if I don't make this a ref card and I just make it into a side note. Let's see what that looks like. Oh, it just broke the whole thing. That's not good. Why is that? It's because I have the BRs in there. Side note ID is equal to end side note. Why is it breaking? Is it because of this? Are all my side notes broken? It's showing here. I see the numbers. Oh, because this is because I'm dumb. This can't be a side note. This needs to be a margin note. So I'm slowly just constructing reference lists here in the actual write-up of the Groundhog Day report. And let's see. Double checking. Let's see if there's anything going on in Discord. Okay, so that's one margin note down, and then going back to where I was before. There's other stuff I want to yoink out of here. I mean, this in itself is a decent reference card. I think really all I needed was this. I call it the strategic horizons. All these other things are self-care things. This actually is, I've been pretty much following this. So I guess I can feel pretty good about that. Maybe like this, I like the idea of putting more stuff into the margin notes. Okay. All right, so I have a structural idea here. I can put this margin note at the top. Here's just a recap of goals, the year goals. I can go there. I wonder if I can just nudge this in a little bit, just to make it a little bit easier to read. Just trying to do a little bit of formatting here. Looking forward to have my own. Oops, what happened there? To have my own markup language. That would be cool. I guess I'll have to use the BR here as much as I don't like doing this mixed markup stuff. I'm using Markdown in here as well, like this. You know, I could make this more compatible, but if I just use the tags, it's a little bit more portable. Actually, maybe I'll just do this. I just have this separator here. I don't have to worry about this. I can just go back to straight markdown. It's okay. Doesn't look great, but it's a good reminder. Well, where was I doing? I was in the middle of reading this. I was writing down here. I said I noted tangible project for PDF Maker. The first part of the document so far is recap of year strategic horizons, which is a sidebar I just made. And then that was followed by what was that thing after it? Sort of a general. Maybe this this is a general approach. I think this is not a personal goal. This is a approach. Is it a personal approach? Let me read that loud. Increase personal productivity through continued observation of what works and doesn't work for me. This is an awkward sentence, so let's rewrite that. Increase. Can I flip it around? Increase my. I need to make this personal. My personal productivity through. Let's say by noting what works and doesn't work for me. Then build. I don't want to say better habits because that has a value tinge to it. Then build, let's say, I'm gonna say re-engineer habits, routines accordingly. I'm gonna maybe take out that second and. Which one do I want to keep? Then re-engineer. I'll just say improve or modify or adjust, optimize. And re-engineer is probably, that feels more emotionally neutral. So I can re-engineer my habits. I'll make habits / routines accordingly. I'm going to say take the time. All right, so this sentence, let me read the sentence aloud. Understand my values and how to live and communicate them. I'm going to rephrase this as take the time to understand my values so I can communicate them. And then this last one, be a beacon and catalyst. Be a beacon for positive ideals and learn to become a catalyst for others. Build a community where these values can be shared and put into action. It kind of is the Sri's personal approach. Let's call that. It's maybe a little bit overkill for this report, but I'm going to copy these into other parts of my KMS. Let's get rid of that. I'm tempted to put this into the side as well. Let's see what that looks like. Let's make another margin note here. I wonder if I should convert this into a snippet. Idea equals 3 goals. And margin note. Okay, what's this last thing down here? These are the silos that seem to help. Okay, I'm gonna remove that label. So these three things, how are these related? Creative independence, creating conditions for living life, finding the best version of myself. Creative independence through software development and selling products online. And then these are the 2023. Okay, this is two things. Where my headspace is right now, talking about the street's personal approach. Um, I just want to describe what these things. There are three main methodologies. Methodologies. Creative independence. Practices that I follow. Creative independence. Pursuing creative independence. 2, let's see, defining conditions for fulfillment. Let's say discovering conditions for personal fulfillment. And then 3, visualizing the best version of myself. That's a good margin note. And in 2023, my personal approach across the 3 main practices are, let me copy these things out of here. Creative independence. I realize I just made more work for myself by creating this third list because I actually haven't written what these things are as a reference, and I'm linking to them. Yesterday, I wrote notes for these second 2 here: the creative conditions for fulfilling life and finding the best version of myself. I think I might have rewritten this elsewhere. I'll have to double check that as I'm continuing to go through my notes. But let me just do this formatting here. I suppose what I'm doing now is maybe I should not be doing this kind of busy implementation work right now, but it gives me something to look at, and it actually helps me think as I'm looking at them and reacting to it. So um, you can see that we have these things on the side. And I'm already thinking that this will make it a useful reference as I'm looking at the report. So in that sense, it could be much valuable. That's one nice thing about having the sidebar stuff, because it takes it out of the main line. I'm using Tufty CSS, which is a adaptation of Edward Tufte's footnote styles. Why are these looking so weird? that. We got this. I wonder if this will let me do this. Will it still look right? So just practices through. Just trying to condense this a little bit more. Pursuing. Let me break out the action verbs in the front. Which might look a little bit better. It looks all right. All right, so personal, let's continue going down this thing, and then I'll start an initial structuring pass and see how that goes. Oh, there's 2 people watching. That's surprising. Hello, people. How are you? I did post a link in my Coworking Discord and then also on Mastodon. And so now I feel I need to perform. Like, need to get this done. Have any questions about what I'm doing, why I'm doing, or something needs explanation? I'm kind of jumping around between a lot of different things right now. So I would be happy to explain the background and intentions if those are not clear. I'm pretty sure that they might be confusing. Ideally, at the end of this, I'll have something that looks that's readable. That's another challenge that I've been having with my writing is that I tend to write like densely, and I want to make it more accessible. But let me go back to this thing on the right side here. I'm basically using this as like as a way of keeping track of where I was thinking because I have such poor short-term memory and I'm so scattered in approaching these types of synthesis projects. So that's a tangible. The first part of the document is what I'm thinking about. Recap of the strategic horizons. I made a couple cards, margin note, strategic. Another margin note for what was it? It was the 3 personal approaches. I'm not sure I like that. Don't like that. What? I'm not sure I like that title. So this list here is becoming a list of things that are going to be part of the structure that I'll have to work out into some kind of something that people can follow. So if I'm going back to this, I don't know if I need that section. I feel like I need to just jump into it. So let's take a but skipping that. Here's the insights from last month. The Moon Envoy is an amalgamation of these things. 3 values are organized around. I think these are worth keeping somewhere, but I don't know if they belong in this report. These are all interrelated. I'm not sure where I would put them. This is describing the synergies between things that have been on my mind. 2 of them are this first one, the Moon Envoy, is an amalgamation of Dave as NJ ADHD and Sri as INFP ASD. With sprinkled the realization that achieving objectives requires active representation of the 3 values. 3 values, which I alluded to in the create conditions for a fulfilling life above. Sri's values are organized around creative independence, operating in a shared habitat that nurtures the best version of Sri. That's not achieved. Um, I would say they will be realized through pursuing creative independence. Um, within in the context of a shared community habitat that nurtures, that helps, let's say, helps um, create the best version of three. So this is interesting. This last one, this idea about being not attractive or lovable. This is related to the notion that I have is that my appeal to people, to anyone, is based on what value, what I can give them, what they can get out of me, rather than anything that's implicit in my nature. And I don't know where this comes from. I have some ideas. It could be just sort of trauma related things. Um, and by the trauma, I mean like just the uncomfortable growing up like overseas, not being able to speak any of the language, also being undiagnosed ASD. Um, many opportunities to feel like an outsider that wasn't wanted, and the only positive sense of things I got was from what I could make and show to people that they wanted. And so that's kind of a messed up frame of mind to have. Yeah, but there's nothing particularly traumatic I can point to other than this continue not being understood, continual sense of just not fitting in, and being looked at like, what's wrong? What's wrong with you? Who thinks like that? I think like that. So, and I think this is a barrier. So this is on my mind, but I don't know if it belongs in the report. And so let me remind myself what the report is about. I'll put it down here on the side here. What is the report? What is the purpose of this report? I know I wrote that down somewhere else. I'll just copy it from up here. The idea about the report is. I thought I wrote it up here. It was something like I want to figure out where I was. Let me just resynthesize it. Purpose of the report: what got done last month? Did it meet any of the strategic horizon targets? Did anything tangibly useful get produced? Were there any insights that will change the approach? Maybe a new thing is, has the model of my pursuit of whatever this is thing, happiness, let's call it for now, changed based on any of the insight, any of the events of the past month? And then what comes next and why? Maybe there's also another thing. You know, there is a shadow purpose for the report that I am realizing right now that has always been there, but I never had it as a separate section. And that section is what is developing the model of what makes me me and what makes me happy and fulfilled and what insights I have. Uh, um, and how do I overcome barriers? What is the nature of my challenges and what are the solutions? So I think that is good. So I think actually this needs to be a GHDR report um, concept. And I already have a GHD report. So I actually need to update this. I think this is actually part of GHDR. Goal modification, what else happened, next actions, insights gained. Figuring out where to stick this other GHDR reference. Let's see. I want to put personal development. Let's call it personal development effects. By writing these reports every year, every month for years, I've developed a detailed model of what makes me me. What makes me me, and what makes me happy and fulfilled. It also helps me identify the patterns and behind my actions and illuminates the darkness surrounding my challenges, fears, and anxieties. Okay, so I've logged that insight into a pre-existing area on my PKMS. And let's go back to, I lost my place. So it's going back on the right here. What time is it? I've been 45 minutes into this and I've gone through 50 lines of this. This part, I'm trying to figure out what to write about, and I'm trying to identify important things. And I think I've gone into the weeds here. So let me go back to this scanning for takeaways thing and look for other things I want to write about. So I did the PDF maker, some good things about comfort and quality. Let's see, related to self, comfort with being a developer, related to connection, positive interactions with new potential development partners, potential was also an interesting narrative driven design with modular architecture. Points to the power of stories in my life. This is important in summary, for some, this is somehow important. Is this important energy or bypassing or what's the term? Is a strategy? Is it an important source of alternative energy when there are no people to talk to about my work? And then trying to have a better attitude. Being more okay with the status quo of development. Always being messy. Though this messes with my ASD trait of hating things that are messy and inconsistent, to the point that I get stuck in the emotional response. Let's see some other tangible stuff. Let me edit this stuff out. Leave that purpose of the report. This whole next set of there's also challenges of emotional dysregulation. That's actually the story thing is related to that. Also, this being more okay with the messy thing is related to that. Coin distractions, mitigations. I don't know. Turning off emotion. Surprising development. Mitigation. Principles, exertion of will, turning off emotion, identifying signs of dysregulation, sensory starvation, need to train to be the kind of leader that I would also want to follow. Unapologetically. Recognizing so I think this is becoming the outline of what I want to do. This stuff is interesting. I'm not sure where to put it. Because it only appears in this section. I think this is part of archetypes. Which is a blog post, or it goes as part of my construct theory. And so I'm adding this to one of my note areas. This is September 9. From a chat GBT session. If I can get rid of, now I can remove this chunk of text. Oops. All right. So I think now the next part is to loosely structure this stuff together into chunks. And that comes from this. We'll bold the things. I'm just bolding stuff I think is worth talking about. So these three things. Anything else I'm missing? I did have these notes up here. Let's see. There's a kind of resentment here. That's a factor. Inconsistent and a little bit lost in thought here. Oh, I forgot about the tow driver. Okay, so I think the format I can use is just to use my existing template. The challenge so far in writing the report has been I also was doing a lot of processing of emotional stuff that I experienced, stuff that seemed important to me, stuff that seemed like if I could just figure it out, it would clarify my course of action. And that's where my head tends to go with these kind of things. I'm very invested in figuring out why I'm the way I am and how I can avoid feeling bad about myself. I don't often feel bad about myself, but I'm often thinking that like I'm falling short in some way, and that there is a better way that I could be engaging with the world. Um, am I even looking at the camera? Okay, so what's the next step? Let me check out the list here on the side. I think I'm done with reread clarify stuff. So let me note the stop time. What time is it now? And it's three. It's been an hour. It's not bad. And so now we're starting with the structure of the presentation. The reason why I'm keeping track of the time here is it's good to know how long these things take. There's been a discussion about time blocking in the co-working Discord. I have my idea of time blocking is different than other people's ideas of time blocking. So it's been an interesting discussion. Um, I tend not to think of time blocking as a scheduling or estimating technique. I think of it a way as just a bust through like impossible seeming tasks by allocating a chunk of time just to see how far I get. But other people use it for scheduling and estimating. But by writing down these times and breaking it down, I have an idea, maybe about how much time it takes me to work through these things, especially if I can identify the specifics of what's hard and what took time. Some of these things, like I've done enough times over the years that I have an idea that at least I need to do them. For example, under media review, I have look at photos, post timesheets, writing in whatever areas I happen to be writing in. Discord is the main place I've been doing a lot of my writing in my co-working Discord and potentially other places. But I'm really just trying to jog my memory about like what I was thinking at some point in time in the past, and then I can look at it again and resynthesize. What was my reaction? What caused that reaction? What pattern is it part of? Is there some greater pattern that might illuminate a solution to something that I've been feeling or wondering about? And then can I package it and distill it into a clearer form where other people might benefit from it, including future me, which will forget about what I'm saying in like the next 10 minutes. As an example of how that pays off, let's look at my new KMS website and let's compare this to the old website. What the hell is this? Oh, does that make a cognate? So we'll do a side by side comparison. That's weird. Of here's the David Say site, and then here is the news site. So a news site is on the left. Okay, here's the news site on the left. Here's the old site on the right. And the site on the right is, I guess that's kind of cool. That this is like a built on WordPress, but I've never found it very nice to work with. It's always felt like a pain in the ass. It looks kind of cool, actually. I take that back. It doesn't suck as much as as I think it does, but it's not good for organizing information. It has categories and tags and stuff, but the editing interface and finding these things is kind of a pain in the butt. It's really more of an old school kind of thing. Um, Whereas so the new blog is designed here on the left around these key categories. And then there's features that just show me what was the last thing that was updated. I wrote some code to just scan the file system and see what's new and then extract some of the categories I have. So one nice thing about this is, if I can see what the last thing I worked on was, and it reminds me, oh yeah, when was I working on that? That was no, actually, this doesn't have the dates on it, but there is a last modified files thing I can click on over here, and it says these are the last things with the dates and the time. This is running some other code that's doing that scanning for the file system, which unfortunately makes Eleventy much slower. Um, but it's nice to do this reverse deconstruction of what was the last things I was thinking of. And just even reading these, I should fix this alignment so it's a straight line because it's hard to scan this way. But I can just see what things were on my mind recently, what I did, and that helps me recall a state of mind. Um, and because this is all based in Visual Studio Code as a flat file system, which is what we're looking at over here, um, the search is much easier. So I can, since I generally know what I'm calling things, like if I was looking up for something like GHDR, I can see like all the important files that would that and then what category it's in, because like there's a very specific organization that I have here. So these are top level categories, and within each thing there are other things. What I really do need to do is make a custom interface for managing this, so I don't have to do it inside of Visual Studio Code. This just happens to be a tool that works, and it's just also the same as the development environment. So it works out pretty well for me to think and then add features at the same time. The ADHD way of doing things. And it's when did I do this? Like a year ago, something like that. It was at the beginning of this year, actually. That was one of the achievements I had actually gotten out of the way to get this thing to the point where I could use it in a way that has been pretty helpful. I mean, for example, like there's this whole tropes thing is my favorite section. These are things that like these are the recurring these are all the recurring things that like just keep popping in my head. So like every time I make up a term or an idea, I can store it here. For example, if I'm talking about like ideas are cheap, I have some notes there that I can then send to somebody and say that this is what I meant by that, and continually enhance and update this until it becomes like a good reference point. The old website's terrible for this. I can't find anything on my old website, and if I can't find it, I'm pretty sure no one else can find it either. That's strange. Is this broken? It's, I guess that works. Also, like the typography is really tiny on this now. My eyes are getting old, so I can't read any of this stuff. But it's attractive enough, I think. Why isn't this updating? Look how old this picture is. This picture is from 2005 or 2006, I think. Oh, no, it's 2010. There's a date on there. In fact, that's today. This image here has a picture September 10, 2010. I wonder if I can find this picture and use it as the title pic for today's post. September 10, 2010, and it's 13 years later. That's funny. Little synchronicity things happening. Let's see. Well, there's two people watching now. For started streaming 69 minutes ago. No comments, no chat, so I can just kind of keep going. All right, so I guess it's 3:24. I guess I'll mark this 3:30. I'm gonna take a quick bio break. I will be back at 3:30, if not earlier. Let me just modify this. So I will just modify this screen here. Where's my screen with chat thing? So there's that. And I can surround all this stuff. Div style is equal to display none. Oh, wait, what was I doing before? Oh, there was another way of doing this. Style opacity 2.5. And then where's the end of this? And it's right here. I think that's correct. Let me double check on it. Oops. Okay, that's what it should look like. And we'll be back at 3:30 p.m. There's a little clock on my live stream, so that should work. It should update. Is it going to update? Yep, there it goes. Bio break, back at 3:30 p.m. There's a little time there. I have 5 minutes to do that. So I'll be right back. I guess I can leave this screen up. So, oops. If people want to look at stuff on there and kind of, I guess, figure out how they feel about it. This might be a good thing to have on the screen. On this side, we'll do. No, it's not even on there. Oh, because this is the wrong thing. This is the current place. All right, we'll be back in 4 minutes. Poink. All right. Yes, I'm back early ish. Oh, minute to spare. Let's get the stuff set up again. Excuse me. Where's tasks? I wonder if there is a way I can toggle these on and off, because that might be cool. Wait, what happened up here? Still display block. Display none. Just leave that there. That should update there. What's going on up there? Display none. BR display black div. Opacity 1. What's going on? I'm trying to figure out what's going on up there. Oh, it's because of this. I think. There we go. Not sure what's going on here. Let me update that chat side thing. I really should make something that makes it easy to toggle that on and off. It's not updating. Waiting for it to update. Seems to be updated here. Okay, there we go. So, structuring the presentation. Now we're getting into the writing part of things. And I feel my energy flagging because I just want to do something else. But how do we get past this problem? How do we do that? This is the part. This is getting to doing the delivery of the thing, to make the thing to share, the thing that's going to be all great and exciting. And somehow I don't want to do it. And this might be PDA. I don't know. If you know, let me know. PDA being pervasive demand for authority or pathological demand avoidance. So doing things that I know are good for me, even if they're things that I'm telling myself to do, has always been difficult. There's just this part of me, something I've called the lizard brain, that just doesn't want to make the effort for doing anything. And there are actually physical sensations that come with this. I feel myself getting sleepy. I feel it's not like there's a voice, but there's just kind of this cloud of resistance that's just trying to shut my entire body down. It's like I don't. It's not even like a voice that's saying I don't want to. I mean, and this is why it's so important for me to be working with other people who are in the room with me, invested in pushing past this, being encouraging, just even if they're not saying anything. But he says, like, I know it's hard. Another reference point for this would be Stephen Pressfield's "The War of Art," where he talks about something called the resistance, which is a concept I used to use a lot, and probably still do at some level. And then the other reference I know of that I like would be Twyla Tharp's. What's her book called again? The Creative Habit, I think is what it's called, in which she has a workman-like way of just doing things in passes, which is sort of what I'm doing now with this approach. Like I was doing, if you look at the list on the right here, I have there's a data collection phase. This would be equivalent to Twyla Tharp's boxes, putting things in boxes phase. Swirling them all around and thinking about them. That's the media review phase here. And then the actual synthesis phase, writing here. This is the hard part. I don't remember what she said about it. Ugh. I don't think I even remember what Steve Pressfield said about this. One thing I remember about what Twyla Tharp said was that it's an isolated. There's a kind of bubble of isolation you need to be in to do the hard thinking work. But really dislike being in the isolated bubble. And for those of you with ADHD, um, not having external scaffolding or an external um, need or problem to fulfill that's right in front of you, that's a difficult situation to be in. You need it's for me anyway. I need to have like that sense of connected with someone. So that's why I'm live streaming today. Um, Thinking that someone watching this, or maybe I'll be able to put this together into some kind of succinct form, like like that will ever happen. Uh, there's the promise of future potential, and I am doing some work related to that future potential. As someone with ADHD, lasting long enough and maintaining interest long enough to do it is the challenge, which is maybe why it takes so long for me to do these things. I mean, if there, I have enough willpower to do this because I think the autistic traits that I have, this desire for things that make sense in some sort of logical, cohesive way that I can understand and relate to and see patterns in and see interrelated stuff that overrides like the lizard brain. If I can find that thing. So maybe that's what I need to do. I need to think of something else other than I need to write a finished post, and I need to find something, any question that's adjacent to it, and pursue it. Um, and like at the same time, the lizard brain is saying, "You just want to take a nap right now. Wouldn't that be nice? It's raining out. You can listen to the pitter patter of raindrops on like your rapidly decaying deck." Um, this is also a good point time to maybe consider going to paper and just using a different part of my brain for a while because I've been thinking in this verbal mode for a while. So let's try that. At least it's different. Different is novel. Novel is interesting, and interesting things stimulate the brain, and stimulated brains like are more likely to do something, even though it's not entirely predictable. So I have a paper thing that's over there, and I'll switch cameras so it's pointing at the disk. Uh, Come out, you piece of paper. Oh! Ah. I have acquired paper. I don't know what I'm going to do with it. I'm going to point this camera down at it so you can see what I'm doing. I have a mode for this. Oops. Oh, look how dark that is. Here's the paper. Get lower. Do something like this. Yeah, that'll work. Not focusing very well. Yeah, we'll see how it goes. We'll see how this goes. All right. So again, I'm trying to just break through this desire to do the actual finished work. I'm facing a lot of internal resistance to this. Um, and I literally need to write down. I was going to write outline, but outline seemed too restrictive. Um, so I'm going to write the bubbles of ideas, which is curious because I don't really know what that means. So that is interesting. And what I'll do is I will mechanically, without thinking about it, copy the bold things on the page over there. Not a lot of room over here. Ugh. All right, yeah, that's a little bit better. Could use some more light. No, I'm not gonna worry about it. All right, now this thing down here, trying to make room. Feel every fiber of my being struggling to stay focused on this. Don't want to do this. I remind myself again just to copy some of those things. So let me just write them down without thinking about them. Important thing is to just turn off the emotions. If I remember to do that, I might be okay. So PDF maker comfort as developer connection several positive interactions. Once I get them down on this thing, I'll be able to connect them. Emotional dysregulation. Narrative. Resentment of cleaning up other people's messes. Mitigations are turning off emotions, becoming aware of dysregulation, coming leader, being necessary. Okay. It just occurred to me that I could have just printed out that piece of paper and put it over here. Let me do that. Can I do that easily, though? I don't know. I'm going to print this out. That would have been much easier. How do I print this? So there must be a way of doing this. What just happened here? Interestingly, the easiest way to do that probably is just by making. Let me just shove the ref card in here. Where is that? Oops. No. Let me close some of these files. Tasks. Oops. Let's shove it in here. So what I'm going to do is ref card equals goo. So what I am doing with this where did it end up? Is I just want a little thingy to put on my desk. It's printing. I hear it. I know this must seem really inefficient, but I'm fighting the lizard brain. Lizard brain doesn't want me to do anything. So I printed out this tiny thing by pasting it into my existing utility code. Of course, like a fuss bucket, I'm going to cut it out so it's nice and tidy. And the one compromise I'm making is I'm not hauling out my paper cutter so the lines are perfectly straight. Of course, I'm trying to cut this as straight as possible. How did I not know I had ASD for? It's just like it makes so much sense. There's so many things that like. I'm in emotional dysregulation now. I am actively fighting my desire to make everything perfect and logical, and at the same time, I'm kind of failing at that too with this report. On the other hand, check this out. Sweet. And I could actually like paste this onto my so like here it is. Cute, isn't it? But I could also I could tape it there. So I have it as a reference all the time. That would be pretty cool. Right? Right? Is it only me that thinks that? All right. So I have this thing as a reference now. It could be, but I don't know why it's so small. it's that's a, that's something I need to figure out how to fix. Ooh, I could actually write an SVG text generator to do this properly instead of relying on the built-in distraction. Just let me. Now I had to throw this out. Yeah, we need another piece of paper. And this pen isn't doing it for me. I kind of want something that's soft and gooey. It's a pencil. I think this is a 0.7 mechanical pencil. Let's give this thing a try. And I'm realizing right now that because this desk is all white, this camera over here is trying to compensate for that, making everything dark. I suppose if I made a new streaming setup, I would want to have a dark matte or dark colored desk instead. Although I do like everything being white. What I need to put over here is a more of a mechanical, something with a mechanically adjustable aperture. But that's expensive, so I'm not going to do that. All right, so we have these things. This is a little mini printout I have of the stuff I was writing down before, and I'm gonna pick the most important thing on this list. So we have PDF Maker, Comfort being a developer. Um, there's another printout I need. Which is this one. This is the February 2nd Strategic Horizons doc I made for this year, which has all the important realizations from 2022 into a kind of a cheat sheet. So if I were trying to remember what the hell I was doing or what the focus point is, how am I going to anchor myself? This is what I would be. This is what I made to do that. Oops, wrong thing. Wrong thing. How come AuxCam is? That's the main AuxCam. Where's the little one? Nope, it's not that one. Okay, this is display. That's okay. That's the webcam. Okay, so, and why did I need this again? Because there were these things at the top here. The articulation of self, code, PKMS, trade goods, barter, takes. I'm not sure what those are. I think to me I meant takeaways. Traits. I'll look back at the original thing. I wonder if that's a typo. I also have this printout with GHD directives. Actually, these are maybe what I needed. These are the actual goals. I'm not sure why these aren't on this thing. I think I made these later. But the three ones are the colony, which is the idea of the intentional community. 3, software ascendancy, for form generators and the PKMS. And then writing ascendancy, which I think I might modify as just reaching out and engaging with things. But the idea is that these are creating tangible results of my effort. Um, these are all ways that, because they're tangible, other people can see them and choose to engage with them or not. And that creates moments of connection or potential connection where we can find each other and recognize that we have shared values and shared personal interests in creating this nurturing idea. I don't know. I know maybe it seems kind of crazy and self-indulgent, but it's something that I think is really important to me to be able to create or be part of an intentional community. And since I'm not finding them where I am, the then it seems like I should be able to do that by creating my own. And even if I do find something later on, at least I'll have articulated a lot of things that are important to me, which I think is valuable. So this text so much smaller. That's so weird. So sort of thrashing around here, but at least by moving things around with my hands, I am not staring at the screens, and I can just sort of swish things around like this. Um, and think about what I'm doing. So how much time is elapsed? I said I started this at 3:30. It's about 20 minutes in of just not of thrashing around, basically. Um, my mind's completely blank. And so let me just draw something. PDF. Why is this pencil sticky? PDF. I just wrote PDF maker on this thing, and I'm drawing a box around it. And when I'm drawing a box around it, I'm thinking that that kind of feels like something solid. And that makes me feel good. That it's something solid. You know what? I should buy an eraser shield. I don't think I have one anymore. Oh, that little lister here. Eraser shields. Just get that thought out of my head so I don't jump on Amazon right now. In fact, I don't have an architectural drafting toolkit. The architectural drawing kit. That would be something nice to put together. I actually do have a portable table thing, which remembering I have it, I'm tempted to drag out and use it, but no, I don't need to do that. Let me apply the lizard brain. Like the lizard brain says, "Oh, I had to find it and like dig it out, and it would set it up." And like I'm a lizard, and I don't want to do anything. So let me just use the lizard brain. There is reluctance to do anything. PDF Maker sounds like a terrible piece of generic software that I would have bought at CompUSA 30 years ago. But I feel like I want to expand this somehow. This feels tangible, so I'm going to write tangible to it. And there was like some important things that came out of this, which is oh, I have a new build system. And I can generate PDFs with Puppeteer, which I couldn't do before. Um, I can draw what are those? I can draw rounded rectangles. and turn them into a PDF. The to-do thing is I can want to be able to use my own system fonts. Oops, pencil just broke. You know, this is not a really great mechanical pencil. This mechanical pencil is, I would say, not a joy to use. On the other hand, this fountain pen might be, but just the ink in it is dried up. How about this bad boy? It's dried up too. No? Yes? No? This is an Italian Colibri pen, I think. I got like years ago. But it's also, it doesn't feel. I want something gloopy. Do you have anything gloopy in here? Gloopy? I want a big, soft mechanical pencil. Where do I put those? I know I have them somewhere. But also maybe something as softer lead. But this is fine. So there's a bunch of things I can do here, and so this feels like potential. Potential realized. Is that the major? So now I'm thinking, what else feels tangible that I did last month? Let me look at the. Let me look at this screen. Potential realized. Is there anything in here that's? This is all like backstory stuff. There's the envoy idea. The other things that come to mind, I think, are things like narrative. I'll just coin a term, narrative-based design. So what narrative-based design is, was a way to mitigate how do I describe this? Maybe the easiest thing to do is just show what that looks like. Let me dig it up real quick from, I don't think I kept any of them. There's one place I could look to see. Looking at a private resource right now. Let's see. Hopefully this impact updates, narrative rich interface 3, and the modular refit. This is extremely silly. So yeah. Where can I stick this? Oh, I can try that text thing again. Let's see, Command Shift Option 2. Let's see. Let me open up a new thing. Garten. Garten new trope. What do they call this? Narrative. I'll call this narrative driven design, MD. Example. There is an image here that I will need to save. Save image as, and I will need to save it in my source media. How come this is not Where's the? It has me stuck in the wrong folder set. Folder set. Default. Favorites. Source elements. That's source media. And what do I call this? This is narrative. Oh, I should store it in. No, I guess this is the place. Narrative driven example or image. JPEG or EX1 narrative driven design JPEG. Did it work? Did it save it? That's interesting. Oh, these are all media things. I want to put this somewhere else. There must be an example place I have for this. Info images. I guess I'll stick it in there anyway. And I will give it today's date, or rather the GHDR date. No, that was wrong. I shouldn't have done that. And let me go back to here. And how is my image syntax? Let's see, this is in, oh, this is the wrong directory. There's another image tag, I think. I need to consolidate my media management system. It's kind of screwy. Images 230909. Blank narrative driven design JPEG. Example. Let's see. A diagram of module. This is the right thing. Probably won't find it. Because like to process media, I actually need to do a rebuild. I'm actually now wondering if like doing that, if this is what's been creating all those runaway node processes. So I'm gonna pull this up while this is happening. Let's see it. Thermal pressure nominal. Okay, so now that's showing up now. Okay, that's showing up there. That's good. Continue on with this. Not so good. I'm wondering if this takes so long because I end up doing all this extra stuff. Probably. But this is an example I think it's worth keeping around. So that was the first part. And this was one of the more interesting things I had done recently last month. So this is worth transcribing into here, I think. Because then I can refer to it in the report. Good Lord, how long is this thing? There's another image. Let's see. Save image. I want to go to the recent folders. This thing's just locked up on me. Uh-oh, did the whole thing lock up? Discord is locking up. Let's do it from here. Maybe that will work. Okay, that worked. 0909. Two. And then this one. Oops. Open link. Save image as. Three. Oops. Open link. Save image as. JPEG. That's all the images. So what is the pattern? Really, blah, blah, blah. Narrative driven 02, I think I called this. This is a, let's see, module map. let's see, this is a API map of modules. Something like that. And then there's this one. Let's see if I can find that. That was in images media, or is asset images media? I think the plugin generates. 101, 2. There's, why are there 2 of them? This should be 4, I think. Let's fix the one up here. This one should be images 23. That's weird. What happened to 02? Hmm? Pong JPEG. Pong. And the last one's JPEG. I'm currently doing what's missing. This is currently doing what's missing. So I'm scanning through this. I'm thinking, like, is this the sort of thing like a horse girl would like? All right, so I have now copied an example of narrative-driven design into here, which I need to clean up later. But, oops. All right. Actually, narrative-driven is a term I coined too. A way to make doing difficult solo work more interesting by writing about myself in the third person as if I were doing something much more exciting. In this example, in the example below, well, I'm pretending I'm refitting an old spaceship with a shiny new custom system, and am grouchy about it. I wrote through how the character might react while actually solving the technical work problem that unspacey me was dealing with. All right, that's enough. All right, how long did that side tangent take? It looks like I might have been. Let's see. I started streaming 2 hours ago. It's 4:16. So let me go back to the sketching thing. So I had written narrative-based design here because that it was a key interesting thing that happened last month. So let's make it let's make it look kind of like a book. I just realized that this is not the pen I thought it was. I thought this was a side click pen, which is why it hasn't been advancing. Oh wait, no, it is a side advance. Is it? Oh, it is. But you know what? There's that cool shaking one that I have someplace. I need to find all of my cool pens, pencils, so forth. Narrative-based design. I'm trying to make it kind of look like a book. There's something kind of soothing about just making these marks. Let me just put a big 1 next to that, because that's one thing I did last month that was cool. 2. That's 2 things I did that was cool. Yeah, so I'm thinking about this. Going into this mode right now is definitely putting my brain in a different space. I was really more in an abstract pattern finding space before. But now I have finding the patterns and doing this. This is kind of a halfway step between actually writing, I guess. Because I was thinking, okay, I'm writing about these things. I'm going to write next to this like EOS3 and the ship update story. Because I can talk about that in like in kind of goofy terms, and I think goofiness is something that's important to have for the next idea, which I believe was let's see, I had PDF Maker, comfort with being a developer, connection, emotional dysregulation, recognizing the lead to be a leader. So emotional dysregulation looks like this. I just drew, I just drew an angry scribble and an arrow that's pointing to an angry scribble in a box. I'll call this mitigating emotional I don't think I like this. This pen is sticky and like this advanced mechanism sucks. Mitigating emotional dysregulation. That's what this is. That's something to write about. 3. So that's three things to write about. Um, and then the fourth one was the need to become a leader, which is really about connection also. So the first image I thought of making looked like there's a crown over the leader, but I don't like that idea because the kind of leadership I'm thinking of is really more of the, well, that's the envoy of the moon thing. What does an envoy's hat look like? Maybe this is maybe worth like a little side trip on the internet. Uh, where's my phone? Hey Siri, set timer for 5 minutes. Siri, hey Siri, set timer for 5 minutes.
5 minutes, counting down.
I don't want to get too deep into this. I'm gonna just type something dumb in, like, what does the hat of an envoy look like? Let's give me stupid trucker hats. Oh, check this out though. I'm gonna add the term imperial. We're getting like Star Wars stuff, and like I. Oh, it's stylish diplomatic hat. I was really thinking of something like a Pope's hat that would look like. Maybe it's a sci-fi thing. All right, this is what is this? It's $200. Um, Fifth Element hats. Maybe hat is the wrong term, and I'm really looking for a headpiece. or not. I can't think of a decent like sci-fi reference for finding a hat of some kind. Let's just see what the Pope's hat looks like. Yeah, I don't think that's. Oh, what was this? What is this hat? It's like a kind of it's like a picnic style Pope hat or something. Look at that. All right, all right. That didn't work out. Back to the scribbling part. So I will just make I'll just make it in a box and imply that it is part of a network. Oops. And I just ran out of lead on this thing. Brr. What is this? Is this a pen? I forgot that I had this. It's a Kuratoga, which is I think this is a mechanical pencil that automatically advances as you write somehow, I think. So let's see how this works. I forgot I bought this. I forgot it was there. And I can't draw a star to save my life. So there's a thing for the leader, but the idea of the leadership is to sort of be a network connector. So do a little box here. And just drawing connector lines. All right. So this diagram I just drew here is supposed to be for the leadership thing, and instead of putting like a pope's hat or a king thing, I just put there's a square that's pointing in a direction, and that is about as abstract. And then there's a bunch of network things that are happening that are kind of into their own thing, but they're somehow connected to this energy, and they can kind of draw on it. That's the idea. Um, I think maybe the idea is that I'm actually explicitly labeling it so it stands for something. So um, this is about the need to, I'm going to say, be an envoy, let's say. And then there's also this is the envoy part. Oh, this is a cool idea. So there could be like this main arrow here, which is like the envoy. Mm, this doesn't seem to actually be advancing the lead. Oops. So I'm saying the need. So like just added this. So if this is the envoy in the middle, what the envoy does is it points in a direction. It's not directly leading, but it is representing and standing for something. And the envoy makes connections with all these other people in various networks around it. But ideally, by the envoy moving or indicating this direction, this gets picked up by other people in the network. So it's kind of an influence. It's kind of showing a way forward rather than being in charge. Um, I mean, the envoy can have their own personal projects, but the idea about this outreach and connection in the community is to have this idea of leadership about pointing to a way such that other people can follow in their own way toward some destination. I think that's what I'm trying to say here. So I think that is very promising. And so I think the advancement I've made now in my writing attempt here is to at least identify four things that I can talk about, which suggests a relatively straightforward structure. And then the thing I need to add to that is the other format for the GHDR tasks, which are, I think I wrote them in here already. Where is that? At the very top? What got done? Easter, anything useful get produced? Insights that'll change the report, the approach. Anything that's new. I don't think this is actually going to fit, but I can at least I can list these things in the beginning. I can note let's see, oops, what did I just do there? What I can do is I can just press something. There we go. List the 4 main achievements. List or designate what part of the overall GHDR goal, strategic horizons, I should say, so we're met. That's as introductory. This is like the intro. And then each element briefly described, and link out to separate pages for more detail. And then I think the rest of it would just be changes to model. Any changes to model? I think we also want to I need to actually do a last month summary of goals. That'll just be a list, I think. And context. Or maybe it's here. And similar goals. Find the themes that connect to this month's in production new stuff. Next goals. And just see where it goes from there. All right, so that's my outline, I think. And so I think I can then check off, I can end this phase. So this ends at, it's like 4:30. So it's been another hour of just structuring stuff. It's about 2 hours, a little bit 2 hours in or so, about. Okay. Oh, something is beeping. Let me just see if they come from here? I don't think so. This thing kind of refreshes slowly. Okay, I guess that wasn't it. Go back on this. So we're going to start this 6 hours in. Now we're going to actually write the frickin' report. This is actually going fairly smoothly. As I mentioned, this sometimes takes me between 8 and 20 hours to write. This one is a little bit easier because I'm not dealing with a lot of like depression or other like severe chronic crushing oppressive events. This is just I'm just dealing with my regular like, oh, I'm trying my best and it's not going as fast as I want and I'm bored. And suppose the way that I do these reports is like kind of weird. This is a form of compressing past experience into things, nuggets I can take away and apply in the future. And so I suppose it's going to take time. And at the same time, I mean, it's very easy for me to forget that I've written these things. But I think in the process of thinking through these and even making like diagrams like this, I'm internalizing a lot of these ideas. So they'll pop up at some point in the future. All right. So now I had to write something. So, did I not do the tasks up? Okay, so now the list should update over there. Why does it say 2022? This should be say 2023. That's embarrassing. And it's updated. These three say com DHGR 2022. Yep, that's updated now. All right. What's next? I'm hitting the lizard brain block right now. So what I need to do is just turn off my emotions and I will write, just fill in these blanks over here. Let's go full screen. And I can pop in that web thing again. Is this not showing the time? Ooh, look at that. All right, we'll do it that way. And can I do it the same here? How come I can't grab this? Boink, boink, boink. So it looks a little nicer. It's right above there. That looks nice. All right, so introduction. I am deliberately trying to disable my emotional response because my emotional response is saying I don't want to do anything. So, you know what? I can suppress that for at least 15 minutes. And so this is the recall thing. Introduction. Introduction. What am I going to write? If I was ChatGPT, I would write some kind of bullshit about like I can't even think of that. Okay. Redirect. For our main achievements. Oh, there's always the standard things. It's time. It's time for another Groundhog Day Resolutions Report. This month. This month's. Last month, I set these goals. Where was my goals? I forget. My goals, I think, are over here somewhere. There's no way of getting back to that from here. D3 Saint, or rather, Gartan. Oh, they're over here. No, they're not over here. They're somewhere here. Last month's goals. Last month, I had realized that my overall actually, what did I say? Where is that? Where are we having? Where's the 0909 one? guess I updated. Oh, wait. Here we go. At the end of last month, what did I say? User lead. I guess this is the same thing. And to relax the immediate production goals as follows. And that would be draft the mission statement for the colony. It's called the colony, right? Yep, the colony. Revised goal reminder cards. Switch to an on-demand model for producing useful media, as it is too difficult to self-motivate on a production project with no immediate stakeholder, with no stakeholder to communicate with. This is a mitigation. Mitigation related to HD related executive function requirements. And then the last one was pursue media explorations as on a similar on-demand model, which in my case, is my own interest and need to take a break from work or project or paid project. As bits and pieces come to mind. Okay. I can happily say that I've made progress in all these areas, but they were done through communication with other people on platforms like Discord or in-person discussions at Starbucks. With trusted friends on platforms like Discord via my Coworking server. So I have a link to the Coworking server on this site. Yes. Virtual co-working. I think that's a thing. Yep. during Friday hangouts with local friends. But instead of forcing production, I did them organically through instead of saying through communication, by communication, talking, all the thoughts filter naturally through my writing process. Right, what's the term for something that is you do because you're compelled to? Compulsive? Need to write stuff down and share, so I can potentially share it later. But well, this might seem like this might not seem like a disciplined way to approach important strategic goals. Okay, here I can insert a side note. ID is equal to strategic horizons. And side note, I think I did do a strategic horizons. I can't type this. Strategic goals. I think I wrote that, made a card for that. That's this. That's this contents. Where did I stick that? Right here? I'm sure this will actually work. I need to move this. Move Safari anywhere? Let's see. This will be in GHDR 2023-0909. This is my local dev server. It looks like it was messed up. I need to fix the side notes don't work well with structured content. I think that's the issue. Let's undo all the stuff I just did. I don't think I need that side note. I'll add those later. Strategic goals, aka I can't help but want to put this note in there. Trope strategic horizons. There's a good reason. I need to reserve the discipline for paying project work. So I can make a living. I can't easily split my discipline between the two tasks. All right. So, okay, so I've said like I've made progress. I've made a reference between discipline and stuff. I think I just did that. This has taken the form, or I've started live streaming again and have been, as well as hosting 15-minute pushes. Do I have that? I guess I don't have anything about this. "15-minute personal project pushes" in the Coworking Discord. This might benefit from a side note, but I'll leave it out. I should side note this thing. Side note those 15 pp. See what this is called. I already scheduled them. It's on this article. Copy. Well, copy this. And the side note, what happened to my, oh, here we go. What did I call this thing? This was, oops. What just happened? See my 2000 and when was this? 13. Maintaining 15 minutes a day. Why is that not italicizing? Is it being ignored by the side note processor? I guess so. So what got done? What got done? Revised goal. I just had all this stuff. As far as achievements. Work-wise, I've been pushing myself to develop a modular data solution that fits into to retrofit some older code. This sort of blinking noise, where did it come from? Was in severe need of cleanup. It's been extremely slow going, especially since I'm the only person who on the team who can do this tedious work. Um, Given the lack of direct direction due to factors outside of my control, I fell into a pretty deep depression from lack of stimulation of team related stimulation. Uh, uh, the latter half of the month went much better. I also I also made up a new technique for handling these. What's the term for something like that's a void? Void these periods of isolation. These periods of are these I'm trying to say that there is a lack of communication. It's like a deadly void for to survive the deathly vacuum of conversation. Narrative driven design. Which I just made that entry for it. I think it's trope. Narrative driven design. Yep, that's right. The idea is sort of fictional about that transplants the work into a parallel fictional universe that is more interesting than this one. In my case, I imagined Space 3 fixing a derelict or a really old spaceship and having to figure out how to do it. It was also a good way to release the emotional frustrations and doubts I had about my development chops. Well, it might seem like a waste of time if I hadn't done this, I would have been unable to do the work at all. I would describe this as a way to mitigate um, mhm, mhm. At this point in time. Learned a bunch of new things and talked to more people about the work. And I'm feeling pretty good. The budget and timetable are still tight, and I really am wanting to get out of this clean up and refit the guts phase of the work. So I can make new things, new shiny things. The important thing, takeaway, though, or the what's not, it's not a takeaway. It's not the silver lining. It's the what am I? I'm trying to say that um, despite the difficulties I was facing doing this development work, um, I'm realizing now that the flow, it just floated right out of my head. So I'll just skip it. When I do the review of what I wrote, it might pop back into my head. So work, and then the next thing is strategic horizons. I think I just linked that somewhere, didn't I? Yeah, right here. And I did have a little card that I made for that. It's right here. Yeah. So I'll put that right here because this should now appear on this right side. And the zig. When do they say that? The zig. Narrative driven design. Good. So here's the strategic horizons as a reference. To recap, The idea of strategic horizons is to set a general direction to a desirable outcome somewhere out in the distance. You have an idea of what it's like and what and where it might be, but there is a lot of adjustment that has to be made. If you think of a sailing ship in ye olden days, trying to discover some lost treasure city, that's not a bad. That wouldn't be a bad analogy. As you navigate toward it. Eventually, if you keep your wits and check and navigate around obstacles you encounter, you'll get closer. Maybe even reach it. It might not be what you think it is. But I have a few I've listed in my 2023 strategic horizons on the right sidebar. Briefly, broadly speaking, these are about building a destination, the colony, where people like me with similar shared values can gather. This includes promotion, so people even know it exists. 2, articulating myself. Such that people can see what I can offer them and how they might engage with me. This is also a kind of promotion activity. Though it also includes the design and production tasks that help me produce lead to refined, tangible offerings that reflect my values and skills or 3. Um, articulating myself. Let's see. I'm going to rename this over our building infrastructure. Creating new let's call that creating new tools for now. Creating new tools in the to help how am I going to say this? Creating new to for PDF for custom form design, particularly my own software generation tools. So it becomes much easier to make custom designs on demand. Currently, it's quite time consuming to produce things like the NaNoWriMo word counting calendar. So it would be great. I could easily generate countless variations with my stringent standards for visual design. Stringent visual design standards to my. Is that how you spell stringent? 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 Okay. This past month saw 4 main achievements within the strategic Horizons 2023 umbrella. Within, underneath, beneath. I'll rewrite that way. Under. I know I'm gonna have to rewrite this for to de-stuffify it. Let's see. The 4 achievements are on this piece of paper. What's this noise? Tuesday evening. Okay. And those things are the. Let's see. PDF Maker, the narrative-based design thing, which I just mentioned. I can take that off the list and make 3 of them. Methods for mitigating emotional dysregulation and realizations. I guess the PDF Maker is a different thing. Let's see. Let me go back to the screen. Let's see. Let's make that an H3. It should also be an H3. What does that even look? What does it look like? Let's see. It's called billable project work. Strategic horizons. Let's see. Here's what I got. PDF maker. I built I used the 15-minute pushes. Did I just mention that somewhere? Thought I did. I could have sworn I just put this in the sidebar. Oh, it's right here. I can move that down, actually. Move that out of there. Using 15-minute personal project pushes. So finally, start building a software to generate PDFs. I'm using JavaScript as the implement environment, using some new development tools, some new tools. There is new compiler tools, new build tools for which serves the additional purpose, or which provides an additional bonus, an additional experience bonus for my billable work, as it uses the same technology stack. A similar older of the experience with this PDF maker that I can apply. Can potentially improve. Similar technology. Currently, software makes an ugly, ugly looking PDF and compact calendar. Do I have a screenshot of this? I'll grab that screenshot. I think I know where I can find one. Oops, I just screwed this up. Where did I put it? I put it in my JavaScript folder. Node. What did I do with it? Nothing's opening. Something is weird with Discord. It seems to handle links very poorly. I don't know what's going on with it. Tanking my computer? No. Okay, that's good. Maybe I just need to open it and run it. Let's see. I'll catch a screenshot this way. Okay, that's PDF Gen. How does this work again? PDF Gen. I think that's a good screenshot. This is where. No, I'll come back. Okay, then fire. With that. Photoshop. Whoa, what the hell is this? Why did that happen? Why is it copying the clipboard? That's weird. It's including like the weird like shadowed outline, which I don't want. What is my resolution? It's 2440 by you know what? Web. It's not even in here. Photo. Recent. I'll just go with the clipboard size and clip it down. Although I am annoyed. It's the right aspect ratio. No, it's not. Hmm. What? Does crop no longer... Where's the crop tool? Where do they put it? Here now? Crop tool. Really? Photoshop has always been really inaccurate with this kind of stuff. Make sure there's no white fringe on it. Crop. There's those corners. Let's remove this background. Let's knock this down to RGB color. Actually, we can just do this. We'll go to Pong 8, transparency. The size is 138K, which isn't terrible. I think that actually is not bad. We could knock this down maybe to, let's say, 1600, and it will still be legible. Is it legible? It's legible enough. It's a little bit smaller. We'll go with that. Save. And I need to stuff it into that same folder, which is in source media, I believe. Why is this all changed? Recent folders. Here. And it would be 0909 PDF Maker progress. Oh. Use Pong. Let's move this to a different screen. That's not. So I have that example now that I can stuff into here. This has its own image folder. I should move those sources. Source media images. I guess it's okay. At least I think it's okay. But I don't know if it's... All right, so now I need to stuff an image in there. What is my image format for this? Image. This is going locally. That's odd. I guess I should put it in there. I need to grab this out of... Where's this? It would be under source, GHDR 2023. and then also this is drawer thing. Recent folders. Source. HDR. Oh wait, that's where I just was. It was source media. Images. Oh wait, that is where I am. Oh wait, no, that's right. So, and then here I have these things. That's part of narrative driven design. I think that can live where it is. This, though, is part of that. What the heck is this? Yeah. So I just copied it to here. I don't know why this tried to run InDesign. So let's see, image. So the picture should be in here now. 0909. 0909 PDF Maker progress. Pong. Oh, caption. Okay. Will this show up? Oh, look, it showed up. I don't. Where is the caption though? I should see a caption. Where is there no caption? It's a full width figure. I need to turn this into a figure. Too many image formats. Screenshot. It's more like it. Oh, it's not expanding. Which is what the other one does, I think. Let's compare them. This one doesn't expand either. I could have sworn that this would pop up. And this is the image keyword I was thinking of. And look, here it is. Oh, I mean, oops. What's happened here? Error. Trouble reading. arrow with nunchucks. Image, no such file directory. It's looking at image. What? Image 0909. Where is it looking? This is a relative path. Is this the... Oh, this is a relative path, absolute path. So I guess I need to translate this to... It's annoying that this has this GHDR 2023 image. My guess it's this. Nope. That's a terrible error message handler. Why would it even do this? Source media, GHDR. Okay, it's going looking at the source media. That's no good. It's going to go into source media. Let's move it out of there. Or copy it over here. So then it's going to be /images 23. I guess that's what I want. But I don't, where's the caption? It's creating a stupid amount of space around it too. I'll go with that. Okay, let me find the implementation of the image shortcode. No date. Okay, that's like it's thing function image. Sort, alt, ID, class name, caption. I'm going to fix up all this stuff someday. Let's grab the alt, shove it in there. I think I remember why this is a problem. Okay, that's the way it should look. I think the reason why this is an issue because the image keyword actually generates a thumbnail. Oh, look, there's a white edge on that thing. Stupid. Okay. Let's see, one PDF maker. Okay, so I've talked about this. In the category and under the creating new tools strategic horizon. It's really ugly, but is a prototype that I can now start iterating upon to improve its appearance. This took about 3 weeks worth of 15-minute daily pushes. 5 times 15, 15, 40, 45, so it's like about with a few extra hours slipped in when I was on a roll. It's taken me well over 10 years since wanting to do this and actually making something that worked. Which I could choose to feel bad, which I could choose to feel bad about, but you know what? ADHD, but you know what? It was hard, and I'm happy now to. But I've accepted that. It's taken but I'm actually making something which I choose not to feel bad about. It's taken taking a really long time to understand my traits. How am I unique emotional can be mitigated. All right, so it's one thing down, and then the rest of the things are what? The other strategic horizons are building a destination and articulating. In fact, I can do these out of order. Let's see. What is under? What are the other things I was going to talk about? The narrative-based design, I already talked about that. PDF maker, mitigating emotional dysregulation. That is related to articulating myself. Mitigating emotional dysregulation. Falling under articulating myself. I had several insight. I don't like the way that intro goes, but falling under under tools. A little bit of on the fly formatting. Filed under articulating myself. What's the other one? leadership. Leadership as an envoy. Filed under building a destination. File under strategic. Oops. Articulating myself. File under strategic horizon. There's actually people watching here. Hope you guys are working on stuff. I can't imagine you're actually just watching me type into things. Let's make some stuff. Let's see. Here's a breakdown of what I've been working on under this framework. Choosing the show as an envoy. Let's see. As I've been working, as I've been talking to people about the kind of intentional community that I'd like to have, like to be in, it's started to become apparent to me that I might actually be able to take a leadership. I might have to take on a leadership position. I naturally don't like the idea of representing other people. But in this case, I'm representing an ideal that I am choosing. And that ideal is shaped greatly by my peculiar traits and values. My own and values. Let's see, also increasingly, I'm also aware that I'm part of the several small or minority communities. The autistic plus ADHD, aka AUDHD. The queer, trans, transgender community, the Asian minority community, and the having experienced. That said, I never really have felt welcomed or felt comfortable declaring that I'm a member of any of them. Is that an important thing to say? Also away. I think this maybe is something that doesn't belong in here, so I am choosing to represent. I want to be part of a tribe community that extols the values I've repeated time and time again as the tribe trope, the tribe. And I am where that someone has to stand up for it. I've largely just talked about it. Hoping that other people would at least know where I was coming from. But I think I need to be more active. More than just writing a blog post every couple of months. Let's see. I've come up with the idea of not being the leader of a community, but more of an envoy or not being a leader of a movement. Of let me flip this order. Of calling myself an envoy of from a place where my values exist, are part of the culture. I've described this place as the colony before. But lately, I've I'm starting to prefer another um, another starting to think of that place as existing in a greater context. That celebrates neurodivergent values. The colony is writing about this and the culture that arises from holding them. I described the feeling of this place as like being like describe the feeling as being from the moon and not having to choose to integrate. Is that the right word, integrate? The word is, I'm thinking about assimilate, to be assimilated into. Describe the feeling to my friends as not being from here and instead being an ambassador. Is that as an ambassador, my job is not to assimilate to the dominant, to the culture I'm visiting, but to represent my culture's um, values and interests while diplomatically seeking mutually beneficial trade opportunities. As a person identifying as trans, AUDHD, I don't feel like I'm from this planet anyway. So I've described this, the I've described the place where the tribe lives as conducts day-to-day life as the colony before. I'm starting to think of that place. Let's think of I've started to think that there's more to just being an outpost away from mainstream society. The colony and the tribe stand for a universal set of positive, affirming cultural values that that appeal to people who enjoy sharing their knowledge and experience for positive gain. Why? Well, there is an additional wrinkle that's specific to me regarding neurodivergent values and the culture that arises from having them. There is a lot of overlap, I think. I guess this will be a new paragraph. This is a difficult paragraph to write, I'm finding. So let's see. Describe the feeling as it's not being from here, instead being an alien. And feeling like an alien or outsider for most of my life. Rather than to put a more positive spin on it. At the same, however, there is the need to interact with other life forms for exchange of goods and services. To resolve this problem in an amusing way, I have toyed with the idea of being an envoy of the moon. Trope. There's a squirk. Envoy is a squirk. Envoy. As an envoy, my job is not to assimilate, but to represent my culture's values and interests. Diplomatically seeking mutually beneficial trade opportunities through diplomatic channels. Through diplomacy. Yeah, this appeals to me. As a person identifying as transgender and ADHD, I don't feel like I'm from this planet anyway. So this recasts I don't need to mask myself and assimilate to a society that doesn't understand, or value, or my way of thinking. Instead, I can positively, I can ask myself so I can safely assimilate and avoid danger, prosecution, harm. I don't need to mask myself for reasons of physical and emotional safety, as is common with people on the neurodivergent side of the spectrum. Instead, I can apply that same kind masking behavior as for diplomatic purposes. I still need to be. This is still demanding. Demanding, but requiring discipline. Under sometimes difficult situations. But the advantage, I think, is that I have a home somewhere else, and I can be proud of that. This reframing is very appealing to me. Okay, so I can kill that thing. The model of leadership as envoy of the moon. So, how does an envoy of the moon act as a leader? I'm thinking of how ambassadors serving at an embassy engage in influence and soft power operations, creating opportunities for collaboration, for negotiating. While proudly representing the traditions of their homeland. I want want the colony to feel like a place people want to go and learn about, like blogging and other emanations. And blogging and podcasting has been about this for years, but there just never was a place you could go. Well, even in the virtual sense, you could instead of go, live in. You could, let's say, make a living. I'm gonna take a picture of this thing now somehow. How am I going to take this picture? Okay. Let's upload this picture. Let's go to Lightroom. I said, let's go to Lightroom. There's Lightroom. What time is it now? It's 6:13. I started writing the report at 4:30, 5:30. It's been a little bit over this done. Let's synchronize the folder. Synchronize. Hey, Mustafa. Who are you and how did you find this place? Let's see. What is that? Oh, what is that? Oh, this is something I need to set up. Google Chrome has added their evil ad tracking API to everything. Let's see. This is taking forever. Why is this taking so long to import? Oh, maybe it's not. It's probably still not syncing. Okay, it just finished. Let's try that again. Synchronize. No. That's weird. Oh, it's still going? That's odd. Let's move that over there for now. Oh, oops, what did I just do? Oh, crap, I did something terrible. I hit some key that fucked everything up. How do I disable the secondary screen? It's annoying. View options. Mirror mode. It's like a workspace option. Window. Secondary display. No. Why is the secondary display on? Show. Turn it off. Good. All right, so here is the thing I want. We want to crop this thing. D. Why is that it's not expanding? D. Develop. Crop. It's unconstrained. Zoop. 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 Why is this? That's weird looking. Too much contrast. Get the exposure up there. Pull those shadows back. Push those whites up. Drop those blacks down. Why is that so odd looking? What is this set to? Oh, that's weird. Custom. Lost the feeling of it being a sketch. Which this is not an artist monitor, so it's kind of crappy looking. Let's save this. Oops, that's not the right key. And this is this. Sri Garten Media, custom settings, 80%. What is the size going to be for this? Oh, hi, D. Nice to meet you. Saw the YouTube notification. Oh, great. The YouTube notifications are working. That's cool. Thank you so much. Yeah, come back and visit us in the Discord again. Let us know how you've been and share some stuff that you're working on. That would be really cool. Is there anything that is on your mind these days? Don't see. I don't think this needs to be that big. I think this can just be like 900. Did not. Why is this so? Oh, this is the long resize to fit long edge 900 72 09010. What do I call this? Envoy leadership. Okay. That should be in here somewhere now. Which feels like a noise that this thing would make. I don't feel bad about not signing up for Patreon. There's nothing happening there. I'm just happy, if there's something that an idea that you see that you like, and you can amplify it, make it your own. That really is the goal, I think. And sure, it'd be nice to make money, but like the Patreon isn't for that. I think what I'm trying to do is make something that really has a lasting and persistent value. And my big challenge has been just to find, I guess, the energy. And what is that energy? I don't know if you've read my past blog work, but I know since 2008 or 9, I've been like never being able to figure out like why don't I have the energy to do things. I have a much better idea of what those conditions are now. So this is kind of what I'm doing right now with running this Groundhog Day Resolutions post for September 9. I know it's the 10th, but I'm not gonna beat myself up over it. I'm still doing the thing, still trying to like extract that stuff. Yeah, so like when you find your password, just pop on in, and I think you should be able to recover it somehow. But yeah, come by, say hi, just have a poke around. If you haven't been there for a while, it's vastly different. There are a lot of. Oh, let me just show you what it looks like. Let's see. So here's the thing now. It's been reorganized. Um, Basically, you have a co-working hub now. Let me close all these things so it's easier to see. The general idea is to be a place where people are comfortable sharing their experiences and ideas and being supportive of each other. To provide the right amount of distraction that you need to get by. Uh, there's a These days you actually have to go to the README page here, which is the only thing you'll be able to see when you come into the Discord now, until you click this thing all the way at the bottom, where it says "Verify to enter the cafe." And what it'll do is then it will show all the rest of the channels. This is the only one that should be visible, I think. Um, and then after you come in, you'll be able to see the About DS Cafe stuff. DS Cafe settings, which allows you to turn on all the other discussion rooms, like by clicking on these reaction emojis. But you'll get access to the co-working hub here, which is like where our main chat has always been. Our voice rooms, and then clubs. People now have studios where they can post like things that they're working on in a kind of limited forum. Our discussion area, which has been there for a long time, but I would say that the hub has sort of taken that over, and that's about it. I mean, it's not super active, but it is like depthful, and yeah, I'm trying to expand this into something while just getting more comfortable with my identity. As always, figuring out what is it that I can do to attract a certain kind of energy and be comfortable with it, and how does that apply to other people? So that's kind of the overall goal all the time. Um, Before I used to think it was kind of cringe, I guess, like that. Like no one else wants to do this. What's wrong with me? But I guess I'm old enough to not care as much. So yeah, thanks for saying hello in the chat. And they continue on trying to finish up this GHDR report, at least doing the first pass, and then maybe tomorrow I'll do the final proof pass. Just trying to capture the structure right now. It seems to be going okay. Yeah. So that's awesome. Thank you for saying hello. I'm now filled with cheer and chirpiness. Doot, 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 doot. I do want to start like live streaming and like podcasting more, but this part of the ADHD thing is the wanting to do too many projects, and I thought I had that under control, but I realized I really don't. Um, there's the emotional dysregulation part of it that I didn't realize was an issue. Um, and I'm about to write about it here in this next section. We'll see. D says, "Great, Miss GHD and the musings or energy. Interesting. We'll see you there." Okay, awesome. So cool. Yay. Okay. And make a living in. I also find it extremely fun to imagine how Sri Lanka, envoy of the moon, would address and conduct herself. So there's some trans related trans goals wrapped up in this too, for funsies. Little smiley face. All right, articulating myself. This is, I think, the last major chunk, and then I can just start closing up this post. That's super exciting. Of course, I'm blocked. Oh, I didn't paste that thing in. Let's see. What did I do that for? What was that image I had? Even design, margin notes. What was the picture? Oh, it was under PDF Maker, wasn't it? Oh, here we go. This goes here, and now this is, I think it's 0910. Oh, 0910 Envoy Leadership JPEG. 0910 Envoy Leadership JPEG. Caption. Oh wait, that's not right. What is a caption? I can actually make this pretty long. So the idea, what's going on here? Caption will be the envoy box with star has her own diplomatic direction and mission to convey. Connecting with others, smaller boxes, who then may mirror the or be excited by or be inspired by upward arrow mission. To convey, to promote others seeking who find mutual exchange beneficial. Connect arrows. Smaller boxes, arrows. And with luck, also mirror the envoy's public direction, mission. And so this is a sketch of relationship, a pencil sketch. Envoy relation to other entities as an influencer. Let's see if that looks like anything. Yeah. Cool. Let's move this out. And a quote, envoy of the moon. Let's make that a triple-y thing. Oops. Triple. And started to collect ideas about being an envoy. Of the moon. I started to collect about being an envoy. Imagine how she would dress and conduct herself for funsies. Okay, that's that part. And then there's the PDF maker. It's the last thing. Getting close. Getting close. It's been it's been 4 hours. Oh wait, right. Start at 2 o'clock. 3, 4, 5. Yeah, it's been 4 hours. I'm up to 8 hours, 8.5 hours now in this report writing. It's the monthly. It's the monthly tithe of time. Mm. I'm feeling pretty good about this though. So let's look at the articulating myself thing. Oh no, that's mitigating. This is under building a destination, and this is under articulating myself. Let's see. When I was experiencing extreme depression, or let's say just depression. Let's make it not too uh, it was depression. It wasn't like, screaming, beat my head against the wall depression. Depression earlier in the month. Um, I tried to really listen to my heart, to note what emotions I was having. There was some frustration, feelings of lethargy, and also some rage about something I couldn't identify. I could I could rationalize and come up with plausible reasons for feeling this way. But there would be, well, I felt that this was not a reliable way to diagnose my condition. A root cause. So I took a step back and that could be addressed. That's right. I did the emotional. I turned off my emotional processing. One day I tried applying an old trick, going into hermit mode, which includes into hermit mode. Trope hermit mode. Side note equals. Can just try to structure this idea. And write a side note at the same time about what hermit mode is. Hermit mode is. All right, I think that works. Ow, 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 ow. My butt's falling asleep. I have found this this shut off trick helpful when getting up in the morning. Instead of trying to negotiate with myself to do all the important things you want to. This work combination of hermit mode and turning off my emotions. Got me thinking. But surprisingly effective. It's always been surprisingly effective when I remembered it was something I could do. Um, I mentioned it to a few other friends, and they found the idea fascinating and unfathomable. Um, it occurred to me that maybe I was experiencing emotional, what's the term? Extremes from built up frustrations and even a lack of positive um, interactions. And I was having a kind of small meltdown. I had heard of people having meltdowns from this, but maybe although I've heard of autistic meltdowns, but didn't think I had experienced them. Perhaps the build up of negative emotions had a different effect on me. Maybe it wasn't meltdown, but certainly I was not able to handle the feelings emotionally in a I was certainly the emotions were persistent, insistent, and persistent in their distractive power. My stress responses were up with with accompanying anxiety and concern about not meeting my obligations. Um, I just felt like shit all the time. until I decided not to even process the emotions by going into hermit mode and so I don't know what the name of this technique is, if it exists out in the wild. But I'm thinking I'm calling it emotional dysregulation for now. And I've identified potential causes of it that are within my lived hypothetical, within my lived experience. I've cataloged from my. Right, so what are the emotional dysregulation things? Under stimulation, there just is not enough exciting things happening, particularly mental exhaustion, poor nutrition, overeating, underhydration, eye strain, of other people's emotions and anxiety, fear of what's the term for it when you get expelled from a group, of being outcast. Driven by deeply ingrained childhood fears of being outcast. There's a biochemical stress response that takes a few hours to fade away. This also leads to binge behavior, endless scrolling, difficulty sleeping because my brain feels like it is starving of stimulation for anything to make it feel awake. It's a kind of craving. It distracts and keeps me up even I'm physically exhausted. Overstimulation, understimulation, overstimulation, mental exhaustion. Dealing with uncertainties, bad documentation, logically inconsistent information, poorly organized and nonsensical. And sensical descriptions. Ambiguous communication. There are a limited number. There's a limited reserve of mental energy. Have dealing with one or two bits of this kind of nonsense. Oh, completely drain my ability to focus. Unless I take a nap to restore it. If there is no other energy coming in, e.g., conversation with someone and engaged a stakeholder with someone on a topic of mutual interest, on a project of mutual need, let's say. goes into an stimulation state. Pure nutrition. Do I eat sugar or refined carbs or eat too much? Boom. It's game over. I'm just tired and unable. I can't focus on anything. Eating sugar and carbs often is due to mental exhaustion or stimulation issues. Stimulation, low reserves. This is an immediate pick me up. Sensory input. Let's see, overheating? Or it's overeating. Underhydration. This is a mental sluggishness that is a physical sensation. Sometimes it is accompanied by back pain or back my back feeling weird and feeling overall it's accompanied by low mental energy. And fuzzy brained and scattered thoughts where I can't maintain continuity from one thought to the next. I can drinking plenty of water and also vitamin D and B. Regularly drinking plenty of water with doses of vitamin D and B12. Let's see. Um, if nothing else on the list seems to be if the way I'm feeling if there is no other explanation, this is the one I try to correct by changing my environment and making sure the lighting levels across the space do not, my working spaces do not vary in intensity. Okay, that's the list of those things. We've been past few weeks. I can get out of bed. It's much easier. I also have been practicing more of a ritual right afterwards to ensure that I'm getting out of bed. One, scheduling the 15-minute personal project pushes with a friend first thing in the morning. See PDF maker below for more on that. Immediately making fresh coffee. I get out of bed, immediately taking a shower. Stimulation. Stimulation and feeling clean for chemical emission. bug down here? I see a fly buzzing around. At least I think so. Let's see. Where am I? Immediate movement right after. Getting out of bed. If I stay, it doesn't rise. Stay lying down. Is it laying down or lying down? There's one more thing I do. So schedule the 15-minute project push. Another thing. Is that it? Stopping work at 5 p.m. as close to 5 p.m. as possible. So I have time to wind down using and stim my brain so it is satiated by the time I am physically tired. With the 15-minute project pushes I am every day. My sleep has also been regularized after 3 weeks. Using intermittent fasting to control amount of food in stomach and prevent morning sluggishness from eating anything. I find that I can eat more after 4 or 5 p.m. when I'm not expecting to have any energy, have much mental energy. Let's see. So it's been promising, particularly the 15-minute project, which is turning off my emotions, is emotional processing, realizing that the irritation and frustration are not rational. It's given me some control. by reducing emotional response when I need to focus. Allowing myself the time after work to seek to be more unstructured and emotional about things I like help refill my mental energy reserves and feel connected to positive things. There isn't a whole lot. This isn't a perfect mitigation strategy, but it feels pretty promising. Okay, so that's all of those. So what happens after this? It changes to the model, I guess. I don't think I need to write about that. Maybe a little bit. Other insights. So we did this. We talked about those things. We talked about those elements. Let's change the model. Other insights. Can I get rid of all these? I think I put this someplace. Did I put it here? Mission of envoy to construct theory. And what's the other one? Construct theory and the colony. And strategic horizons. Is that what this is? Okay, I've removed that. Let's call this the larger construct. Let's see, I don't need any of this anymore. Other insights. As I was writing this draft, writing the draft of this report, it occurred to me that there are three main practices that I follow as a way to better my situation. To better. Is it to better myself for a personal I apply to my personal development. By creating valuable, creating tangible products of value to others who can choose to buy them. That are not time for money gigs. The emphasis is on long-term financial security from multiple sources of income and connection with other competent and generous folks. So I can have the resources to fund with them. Yes, all this stuff has to go in. Unwind, dysregulation, mitigations. Did I miss any? I guess all this stuff can go away. I already read about that. I'm not even going to put this in here. Where would this go, though? Creative independence. And under creative interdependence. Another way of looking at this. Okay, that's been saved. So now I can write the what's next thing. What's next? Let's see. I can't believe the year is almost over. Top of mind, these are my priorities. PDF Maker. Finished in time to generate the NaNoWriMo word counting calendar. Let's see, where is that word counting calendar thing? Oops. Ah! Where is it again? NaNoWriMo word. I'm curious what shows up. Probably not my forms. Oh, it is the first one. Probably because I use word counting calendar as my word. Oops, what happened here? Fucking Safari. Oh, that's right. That doesn't support that shortcut I keep trying to use. By the end, by mid-October. Oh, I forgot to mention the sticky pads. Bullet Hill project work, strategic goals, strategic horizons, Envoy, beginning of regulation, PDF Maker. There's another one, which is printed products. Filed under strategic horizon. What is that? Which one is this? Strategic horizon. Articulation of self. I've gotten the a new run of UTP 4x6 sticky ads out. And they should be arriving in the Amazon warehouse soon if there are no bullshit issues with their marketplace again. I really do need to figure out the non-Amazon turnkey e-commerce solution. But to meet immediate needs and to revamp, restore my relationship with the printer, commercial printer I use in Merrimack. Start business. Where's paper graphics? They've been out of stock for a while. This will help. Although I increasingly despise Amazon and their practices, this will bring in some additional revenue that could help fund other projects. Even if it's just a few $1,000s over the next year. That's something. This is also an opportunity to explore local fulfillment using Shopify. Though it's talking to graphics. I thought it would be too much of an inconvenience for them to but the owner is willing to give it a try. I will have the lizard brain in my head is saying, ugh, this will suck. This means daily chores that are boring. So this, which makes this this project a candidate for the next 15-minute morning push once PDF Maker is done. Okay. I think I got rid of this. Now we're on the what's next. Get start tracking the Amazon sales. Get the ETP mini book into production. Test the test fulfillment through Shopify and paper graphics. And what else is there? Streaming. Live streaming as a means to stay engaged with work. Unless like 15-minute pushes. And as I say, engage with work. To augment the mitigations for emotional dysregulation. And what else is there? Those are the main things, I think. Let's see. That's it for now. It for today's report. All right. I think that is done for now, but I am too tired to do a proofread. So I'm going to put that off until tomorrow rather than try to force myself to do it now because it's already 7:30. I need to start winding down, otherwise I'm going to be up too late, and then I'll wake up too late, or I'll wake up at 9 because I've promised that to people, but I'll be exhausted and it'll wipe me out for the rest of the day. So let me just update my tasks thing here, which would be, let's see, started 4:30, ended. What time is it? 7:30. Geez. So that was 3 hours of just writing like a draft. So for proof and post. Okay, I think that's it. Let's throw that thing up there. I should update that thing. I condense this a little bit so it's not quite so long. Updating these things. What's that noise? Someone. It's like a streamer streaming. Who's got time? Right now, I'm just shortening these entries here so they don't wrap around as much on the display because it bothers me. This is, I guess, that I've been wondering if that's an autistic trait, like that everything has to be aligned and just so. I thought it was just like I had like very acute vision for that kind of thing, or like just needed things to be short so I could understand them. But it could be in something that's uh, related to just sensitivity to those kind of things, and like whatever logical structures exist in my head and principles, which is a very autistic thing. Um, it's usually described in more debilitating terms. Like the examples people use are like people tracing lines, in the floor, or being unable to leave, having a lot of more structure for things. But there's of course a spectrum of intensity, and I have like my own intensities that I have to keep in check. And tasks up, but lots and lots of mitigations I realize I have to play every day and have been. Okay, this is much better looking now, so that's good. All right, oink. Oh, so it's this. I started this at 2, So it's been 5.5 hours. So I'm up to 9.5 hours total for writing this report. I was hoping I could get it all done with 8 in 8 hours, but I still haven't done the polish pass, the proofread pass. Um, so I'm going to do that tomorrow, I think. Um, what I'll do maybe is I will. And what I can do is publish it now temporarily, but just mark it as like a draft. Why does it say final draft? Oh wait, that's the wrong. Did I write? Oh, I hope I didn't write that in the wrong thing. That's 2022. Yep. So, what the hell was that? I think that's okay. I was worried I had accidentally edited last year's, but I did not. So I'll change this. What's the name of this? 0909 TVD. What would be the theme of this? So I am like you, like knackered. So I am going to cheat and I'm going to open ChatGPT and ask it to pick a title for me and see what it says. It's going to pick a terrible title, I'm sure, because it's going to be based on oops. It's going to be based on what a mainstream publication is going to say. But maybe it'll give me some ideas. Um oh, I can put this in my collected three analysis. The author has provided a more recent draft of their September 9 Groundhog Day Resolutions Report. Um, Here it is. Let's see what ChatGPT does with this. Too long. Ugh. I guess it is pretty long. I didn't think it was that long. Where is that? Where's the entry point? How come I can't edit this? No, it actually didn't submit it. Cancel. Edit. Okay, now I can edit it. Let's be selective about this. So there's a typo. Let's just remove as much of this. Let's remove that. Let's remove this. What I want to do is just get like some remove. I just want to get an idea, so I can leave out the specifics of things. I think. Let me remove any bolded list. Oh, that one I can keep. PDF maker. Okay, this might be short enough now. Save and submit. All right, so now it's generating stuff. Here are some insights and interpretations. Narrative-driven design is a coping new zone, strategic hardware framework, much regular strategies, 50-minute project pushes, concrete next steps. Interpretive analysis, duality and decision making. I don't think I put that in here. I think it is emotional regulation with autism, ADHD. Is this the same thing? No. I don't think I mentioned the duality in this. This is pulling it from an earlier conversation, which I didn't think it was capable of remembering. Oh, that's interesting. How would you summarize the September 9 draft in isolation? Identifying what the key insights and takeaways are that others what audience might find them most applicable in their own lives. The report reflects on adaptations to personal productivity systems, align with positive mental well-being, on-demand model, narrative-driven design. Like yeah. Touches important of emotional regulation. Key insights: adapt to personal constraints, harness the power narrative, set flexible long-term goals. Emotional regulation is crucial. Break tasks into manageable chunks. That's bullshit. Well, I guess it's not. Concrete goals, propel progress, audience relevance, freelancers. All right, so just looking at this, what are out of these takeaways, which are kind of on the mark, what is the the major theme of what I've written about? Emotional regulation was big, and then also concrete progress on tangible stuff. Well, let's say emotional regulation. I wanted to say the power of emotional narrative, emotional regulation, and narrative design, narrative-driven tasks. Let's call this working past emotional dysregulation or strategies. Strats for emotional regulation. That kind of is a theme. And so, like, the billable work is emotional regulation. Leadership is a form of emotional regulation in a way. So I would need to insert that theme in here, but I think I can find the line for that. And then there's just stuff that got done. Strats for well, let's say creative independence is part of that too. I could just say emotional regulation and making or emotional regulation comes first. Prioritizing. I mean, because like I would say that of all the things that I did in here last month, it's I could only get them done because I was applying some sort of emotional regulation thing, like this 15 minutes a day thing. Um, that is, you could arguably a form of emotional regulation, and that like I am deliberately reducing the scope of the thing and am taking other people as participation as a way to provide energy. So providing energy is a way of regulating. Maybe regulating is maybe I'm talking about regulating energy and emotions. It's regulating emotions and energy and emotions. Or is it emotional energy and emotions? All right, I think that's a reasonable title. So let's do Garten. What is that called? Garten deploy, I think it is. So first I need to can we quit that? See if my CPU dies down. Let me also update this because I've gone a little bit longer now. So now I'm picking a title. Pick a title. And that was from 7:30 p.m. to 7:45, let's say, 15 minutes. Okay, Garten deploy. And so this will shove up all the new stuff to if there's okay, all links correct. Skipped all the drafts. Let's see if it works. ECSay.com. This is a live site. You can see that. I don't know why this is here as first draft. That's the last one. What changed in here? I don't think I did change anything, did I? Oh, I'm not leaving these indexes in there. I should add those back in. Okay. So this is the refresh site for the thing. Up. What the heck? It looks like there's a bug in that. What happened? Creative. Well, let's do it this way. So let's see. Srigar and changes. Apparently, I made a change to creative interdependence. Where is that? Interdependence. I don't see anything wrong with this. That's weird. I think there's some extra. That might have been broken for a while. Visual Studio Code. Creative interdependence. Oh, yeah, that's why. Let's do that again. I should fix that. And so, okay, deploy complete. Okay, hooray. So this is the new one, right? So in the first draft, no one can see this unless they have the link because it's hidden. Or it shouldn't be like. Let me double check that. I guess it is showing up there. So what I should do is I should just mark it as where did that go? I have this little hack in here that if I put a little leading dash in front of it, it hides it from my other from the indexing. Like right now, you can see the last modified files, and then on the home page, you can see no 909. That's there. This should make that go away. Yep. Oh no, it's still there. Oh, okay, it's okay now. So that should be the old one. Yep. And however, the new one is still available. I think it should still be available because all it does is just remove it from the indexing, so it's there. So at least it's up there, and I can feel like I got something done. But tomorrow I'll do the proofread and get that thing up there. So that's it for today. Thanks for anyone who watched this. Hope it was at least entertaining background noise while you were doing your other chores. And if you have any questions, just leave them in the comments or come by the DS Cafe Coworking Discord and lay in your questions there. I'd be happy to see you. Just mention that you saw the stream, and if you have any feedback for that, welcome to hear it. Trying to get back into the swing of things and to figure out what kind of format might be nice. All right, I am switching out. I'm going to go switch to the closing screen and wait for about 10-20 seconds so the stream buffers and completes uploading to YouTube. All right. Bye. Boink.